All right, we will go ahead and go on the record. We are on the record in the case of the state of Iowa versus Michael Euchner. We are in the presence of the jury. Present today are the attorneys of record as well as the defendant, and we are ready to pick up where we left off. I will apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for the delay in getting started this morning. Like I said during jury selection, sometimes issues come up which require the court to decide matters outside of your presence, and that is what we have been doing today. So now I think we are ready to proceed where we left off. And as I recall, we had the state's witness, Deputy Van Wy, on the stand, and we were about to commence with the defendant's cross-examination of that witness. We ready to begin at that point, Ms. Phillips?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then let's go ahead and get our witness back on the witness stand, and we will proceed. Sir, please step forward to the witness stand again. Go ahead and take a seat. You remain under oath just as you were before. And Mr. Douglas, whenever you're ready, go ahead and begin with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Van Wy, my name is Reese Conrad Douglas. I go by Conrad. I am the attorney for Michael William Euchner Sr. You're familiar with Mr. Euchner, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to hope that if you can hear me, that the rest of the courtroom can also hear me. On February 8th of 2018, do you remember having a deposition with Mr. Euchner and Mr. Peter Goldsmith and Mr. John Laughlin?
Yes.
Okay. And were you sworn at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And was and to the best of your knowledge, was a transcript of that deposition made?
I believe so.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would offer as an exhibit, Defense Exhibit 112, deposition of Corey Van Wy, taken on February 8, 2019.
Any objection to 112?
Yes, Your Honor, I do object. The witness is on the stand and can be cross-examined on these matters.
Objection is sustained. Exhibit 112 will not be admitted. Go ahead and continue, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Your Honor. During the deposition, were you asked by Mr. Laughlin, do you recall which door you were involved in entering? And this would be entering into the residence and then into the PC repairs. Do you remember that question?
I remember talking about the search warrant. Yes.
Okay. And your answer at that time was, I had first approached the rear door of the residence. Once that door was unlocked, then I left the back porch area of the residence and headed towards the PC repair building, which I was then advised that I wasn't needed for that building either. Do you believe that you said something like that?
Your Honor, I would ask for clarification as to specifically what Mr. Douglas is referring to, as well as, even though the exhibit is not admitted, I would ask that the witness be allowed to see it.
Any response to that, Mr. Douglas?
Your Honor, I would be willing to let the witness see it, but I'm going to need to recall it to get it back from him. Never mind. We have a separate copy.
All right. So why don't you just let the witness see a copy, and then if you could point out, Mr. Douglas, which page and line you're referring to, so we're all on the same page. That would be great. Go right ahead.
Deputy Van Wy, I'm going to give you a moment to look at that if you want. When you are done paging through it, I realize that you might not have been prepared to look at the transcript this morning. So if you need any time for that, you go ahead and take it. And then
Okay.
just for the record, tell me when you're ready to go. Which page?
Yes, Council.
Mr. Douglas, I'm done. reviewing.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. What was your job? Sorry, let me back up a step. Were you part of a search that was made of the Euchner residence and of PC repairs?
Yes, I was.
What was your job as part of that search?
The beginning of the search, I was in charge of the battering ram. in case that would have been used to gain entry into the residence. Since that was not used either on the residence or the PC repair building, I had gone into the residence with Deputy McMillan and stayed on the main floor of the residence where the defendant and 3 other individuals were located.
Okay. And at any time, did you go upstairs?
No, I did not.
And the job of using the battering ram, I would imagine, is pretty important, or potentially is pretty important in conducting a search, correct?
If needed to gain entry right
Sure.
away, yes.
And when you came to the Euchner residence, initially, you didn't know whether the battering ram was going to be needed or not, correct?
That's correct.
Which means that you were close to Deputy Ehlers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. You were physically close to him.
That's correct.
All right. And what was the responsibility and role of Deputy Ehlers with regard to the search?
He would have been the first one to make entry into the house.
Okay. And why would he have been the first one?
That's just the way that we had lined up.
Who was in charge of the search?
It would have been Deputy Ayler's search warrant, so he would have initially been in charge of
Okay.
search warrant.
If he was in charge of it, then what was Sergeant Stairs' responsibility?
Sergeant Steer was there to oversee the entire operation, but the search warrant itself would have been for Deputy Ehlers.
And conducting and directing the search was the responsibility of Deputy Ehlers or Sergeant Stair?
That's something you'd have to ask them.
From your memory and from your understanding of the roles on that night, who was in charge?
I would say Deputy Ehlers was directing the search.
Okay, and he was the first one, he was the one who was supposed to be the first one to enter the residence.
From what I recall, he was the first one to enter the residence.
Okay, and you mentioned that you also checked to see if the battering ram would be needed for PC repairs.
That's correct.
And was it needed?
It was not.
Was there anybody from the Euchner family or associated with PC repairs who was at the PC repairs building when the search came to that?
I don't believe so.
Was the door locked or unlocked to the best of your knowledge?
I believe it was locked.
Okay, then was entry gained? Obviously, entry was gained before and instead of your using your battering ram.
That's correct.
How was entry gained?
I believe it was Deputy Van Egdom had kicked the door in.
Okay. Now, with regard to Deputy Ehlers, he was the one who was the lead person for entering the residence. Did he announce search warrant?
From my recollection, he did.
Did he announce search warrant before or after entry?
It would have been before he entered the residence.
Is that testimony based on protocol or based on your memory of what actually happened?
Based on my memory of what happened.
Okay. Somebody came and got Michael Euchner and brought him over to the PC repairs building. Is that correct?
I believe he walked to the PC repair building with Deputy Ehlers.
Okay. And Mr. Euchner came to the door, prepared to open the door for the search party. Is that correct?
To the PC repair building?
At the PC repairs building. Thank you for that clarification.
I believe he was going to open the door and we advised him it was already unlocked.
Okay. He was prepared to unlock it for the search party.
That's correct.
All right. And throughout the entire search, he was fully cooperative with the search party, correct?
From my recollection, yes.
Okay. Why, to the best of your knowledge, why was the door kicked in rather than simply waiting and having it unlocked?
Because at the time we did the search warrant, we didn't know if there was any occupants in that building or not.
Did you have any?
So we wanted to make entry into the residence and the PC repair building simultaneously.
To the best of your knowledge and memory, was there any reason whatever to think that there was anybody in the PC repairs building?
At the time of the search warrant, we didn't know what buildings were occupied and which ones weren't.
Were there any lights on in the house?
From my recollection, there were lights on in the house.
Were there any lights on in the PC repairs building?
I do not recall.
Did you find anybody in the PC repairs building?
I didn't make initial entry into the PC repair building, so I don't recall if there was anybody located in there or not.
Who did make initial entry into the PC repairs building?
I believe that was Deputy Van Egdom, Sergeant Steer, and Reserve Deputy Benner.
Okay, and all three of those entered the PC repairs before you did,
That's correct.
but you were part of the search of PC repairs?
After both buildings were secured, yes.
Okay. Was your body cam on during the entire time of the search?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And by the way, that assumes that you did have body cam. You
Yes,
did.
I was wearing a body cam during the search.
Okay. Do you remember the following exchange as part of the search? One deputy to another, do we have evidence tags? Did you ask that question?
I don't recall.
Do you remember that somebody did ask that question about whether there were evidence tags?
I don't recall the conversation about evidence tags.
You're familiar with evidence tags generally, correct?
That's correct.
Why are they important?
So we can identify each piece of evidence recovered.
And that would be identifying each individual piece, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did the search actually have any evidence tags?
I do not recall if there were any evidence tags used.
What is the importance of evidence tags?
To identify the evidence seized.
And to keep track of what has been found when? Is that correct? Basically, to provide a chain of custody.
Well, everything would have been captured on the body cam was when it was located and where it was located.
Sure. But the role of the evidence tags is what?
Well, it would be to identify the evidence.
Right. And what does identification of the evidence include?
What the evidence is, where it was recovered, who it was recovered by.
And there were no evidence tags that evening, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Which means that those had to be added later.
If there were evidence tags, they would have been added later.
Have you participated in other searches?
Yes, I have.
Is it common practice to not bother about evidence tags during the search?
From my firsthand experience, we don't carry evidence tags in our patrol vehicles with us.
Okay. So that puts you in the position then of recollecting later on what the evidence, what this piece of evidence is, where it came from, when it came into police hands?
Now we use evidence bags, which have the same required statements on there that we write on the bags when we collect evidence. But as
So-
far as evidence tags, we do not carry evidence tags with us.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting you. in effect, then what you're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong at any point, what you're doing is you're taking the evidence and you're dumping it into a bag and then hoping later on to be able to identify each item. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argumentative.
Overruled. You can go ahead and answer.
That's when we take photographs when we find evidence, so that way we know where it was located, and that time stamps it as well.
Now, during the deposition, you testified that you are trained with regard to marijuana, correct?
That's correct.
And does that include training with regard to canines and marijuana?
Your
I
Honor,
have,
again, I'd ask that counsel indicate where he is referring to in the deposition.
I'm not to that point yet.
I think we're just at some general questions here. So if there's anything particular about the deposition, then Mr. Douglas, I'd ask you to refer to the page in line. But for general questions like this, I think the way it's being conducted is fine. So objection to the extent there is an objection is overruled. Why don't you go ahead and ask the question again, Mr. Douglas?
Ask the court reporter to read it back at this time.
And does that include training with regard to canines and marijuana?
I do not have any specific training with canines.
Okay. Have you been trained in the smell of marijuana?
I wouldn't say we're trained in it, but do we come across it in the course of our duties? Yes.
Direct your attention at this time to the transcript, page 10. And beginning at line 5. Would you read the question and the answer on lines 5 and 6 of page 10?
Did you smell any marijuana that night?
The answer.
I did not.
And continue please through 7 and 8.
During the execution of the warrant. And I answered not until we were in the PC repair building.
Okay. Did you notice an odor of marijuana in the PC repairs building?
Yes, after entering the PC repair building, then I did notice an odor of marijuana.
Okay.
But during the initial search into the residence, no, I did not.
Okay. The marijuana that was found in the PC repairs building, do you remember where it was found?
I believe it was found in the desk.
Okay. And was it found in a jar?
I believe so.
And a glass jar
I believe so.
with the top on?
I assume it had the top on it. I don't recall for sure.
Okay. And yet you're testifying that you were able to smell marijuana in a glass jar. And the video does show that there was a top on it screwed onto that jar. You were able to, despite all of that, you were able to smell the marijuana in the PC repairs building.
There was
Your
still an
Honor,
odor.
I'm going to object to a compound question as well as a misstatement of the record and asked and answered.
Objection overruled. Go ahead and continue with your answer.
There was still an odor of marijuana inside the PC repair building.
Could you tell where the odor was coming from in specific?
No, not specifically.
Are you, besides the marijuana that was in the jar, are you aware of any other marijuana being found in that building?
Not to my recollection.
The marijuana that's used for training purposes, whether it's training people deputies, officers, or canines, where's that marijuana come from?
I believe the canine officers get marijuana from the DEA.
Do you have any knowledge as to where it comes from to the DEA?
I do not.
Marijuana is supposed to be destroyed at the end of the case, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Once the case is over, the marijuana is to be destroyed.
Okay. For human beings, do you know where the marijuana comes from that's used for training?
To my knowledge, we don't use the marijuana like that for human beings. It's just,
How do you learn to differentiate between raw and burnt marijuana, for example? And by the way, that assumes something that I'll strike that last sentence and simply ask where that marijuana comes from.
officers get their recognition of marijuana from their dealings on the street.
Repeat that.
So we don't get trained specifically in the smell of marijuana. Officers get that recognition of the smell from our dealings with people on the street. We don't just have marijuana that we keep at the office to smell all the time.
Okay, so just for clarification, then the way that you're trained is if you deal with somebody who's smoking a joint, that's how you know what burned marijuana smells like.
If you come across like a burnt roach or something like that, then you would know what burnt marijuana smells like.
Okay. And if you come across raw marijuana, that's how you learn to recognize that smell.
That's correct.
Right. Can you, based on your experience, can you distinguish between burned and raw marijuana?
Personally, I believe the smells are very similar. They both kind of have a skunky smell. There might be a slight odor of, something burnt with the burnt marijuana, but to me, they're very similar.
Okay. So is it sometimes hard to tell the difference?
I would say yes.
Can you tell the difference?
It depends on what's there in front of you. I mean, if there's evidence of a burnt roach, then you can assume that it's burnt marijuana. If there's raw marijuana there, then you can assume that it's.
Permission to confer, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
We have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Ms. Phillips?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Deputy Van Wy, what is your responsibility at the sheriff's office?
Patrol deputy.
What does that mean?
So I'm answering calls for service, whether they're emergent or not emergent. Conducting traffic stops, things of that nature.
Deputy Kinnaman and Deputy Ehlers testified earlier and testified that they had extensive training in drug investigations. Do you have that same training?
I do not.
And those two deputies also testified that they are canine deputies, that they have a drug dog. Do you have that?
I do not.
In the department, who are the officers that are typically involved in drug investigations?
Deputy Ehlers and Deputy Kinnaman.
Would it be safe to say that they possess more knowledge in the drug area than you?
That's correct.
And if Deputy Ehlers and Deputy Kinnaman testified in regard to the smell of burnt marijuana and the smell of raw marijuana, would they have more information in regard to that and more training really in regard to that than you? And if they testified that they smelled marijuana outside the PC repairs that evening of the search warrant, November 2nd, 2018, and you indicated you did not initially smell that marijuana, why would there be a discrepancy?
Everybody's senses are different.
And given your training, are you heightened for that particular smell?
Not specifically, no.
Now, the evening, again, back to November 2nd, 2018, what was your role in the search warrant?
Like I said, initially was to use the battering ram, and then after that, just to assist with the warrant.
Were you in charge of the collection of the evidence?
No, I was not.
Were you in charge of bagging the evidence?
No, I was not.
Were you in charge of tagging the evidence?
No, I was not.
And finally, there's been some testimony regarding the battery ram and entering the two buildings, or the residence and the PC repairs building. Were you aware of the defendant's security cameras prior to the execution of the warrant?
I believe I recall there being security cameras, yes.
And did those cameras factor into the decisions on how to execute entry to both of those residences?
I believe they did.
And particularly in making the decision to execute entry at the same time?
That's correct.
And potentially using either the battering ram or kicking in a door?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else for this witness, Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You were just asked about whether you made decisions or whether you were in charge of collecting evidence. Do you remember that question?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm paraphrasing it. It's not quite, but it's close. It is very close to what you were asked, correct?
that's correct.
All right. You were part of the search party, correct?
That's correct.
Did you observe the collection of evidence?
I was there and I took the photographs as the evidence was found on the desk.
Do you remember Deputy Ehlers taking stuff, moving it around, putting it back?
I believe when we initially were in the PC repair building, when he had located some of the items, he had picked it up.
And that's contrary to protocol, correct?
Well, sometimes officers just get caught up in the moment and don't realize that it needs to be photographed before it's moved.
And I'm not talking about why they violate protocol. I'm asking whether they violate protocol.
To my knowledge, there's no written protocol on that.
Is there a common understanding as to how searches are to be conducted?
I don't know if it's a common understanding. I think depends on who's doing the search warrant.
Is there a common training as to how searches are to be executed?
We don't have any specific training on how warrants are to be executed.
You don't have deputies are not trained in how to carry out a search? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying is that we don't have like a training guide that says we're going to search this way. Every department is going to do it differently.
And by every department, you mean, for example, that Ida will do it one way, Woodbury will do it a different way, SAC might do it a third way?
In the process that they do it, yeah, they may take photographs first, or I don't know how. I can't speak for other
But
departments.
with regard to Ida, is there a common routine that's followed in carrying out a search?
Just that we want to do a methodical search.
I'm sorry, repeat, please.
We'd want to do a methodical search,
Okay.
start in one area of the building and, work clockwise or counterclockwise, whatever that is, and make sure that we search every area of that
Okay.
building.
And when somebody starts moving stuff around, that's out of the routine that your department regularly follows. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One moment, Your Honor, please.
Go ahead.
Not with this witness. Not with this witness. You testified earlier with regard to your responsibilities that you're on patrol duty, correct?
That's correct.
How often, and just give us an approximate figure if you can at all, how many times you've seen a car partly in an alley and stopped and investigated the car and tried to notify people that they have to move the car? How often do you do that?
We get parking complaints pretty regularly.
Okay, you get calls to do that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but on your own initiative, how often do you do that?
It varies. It could be once a shift. It could be 0 times a shift.
But it wouldn't be multiple times a shift.
It could be multiple times a shift. It just
Would it
depends
be?
on what you observe and what you don't observe.
Sure. Overall, I mean, can you count every shift that you're going to be doing that? Or is it once a week, once a month?
I don't think you can put a specific figure on it.
Based on your experience, how often have you done that?
Over the last 5.5 years, several times.
Several times out of 5.5 years.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have a specific number. If you see a violation, you usually tend to deal with it right away.
And how do you deal with that? What violation? You deal with it by, I'm sorry, that's compound. How do you deal with the violation?
You find out who the vehicle is registered to and then see if you can locate that individual to have them move their vehicle.
Would you leave a citation?
It possibly.
Is there any circumstances under which you would not leave a citation for a breaking the traffic regulation?
It's just officer discretion.
No further questions.
Anything else for this witness, Ms. Phillips?
Just briefly, Deputy Van Wy, going back to the questions regarding Deputy Ehlers, were you present when he found the bag of meth in the defendant's top right-hand drawer, as well as the baggie containing the Easy Dose baggies?
I believe that's on my body cam, yes.
Did you see him find those things in the defendant's desk drawer? And did you see where he placed those items?
I don't recall exactly where he placed them.
There's been some questions regarding procedures and things like that. Was there anything that you observed that gave you concern for the way Deputy Ehlers handled that evidence?
I have no concerns.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Deputy Ehlers had to be reminded or instructed not to be moving stuff around until you or somebody had had a chance to photograph it, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that being a misstatement of the record.
Well, I think the question is whether it happened or not, so the witness can answer that. So objection overruled. Go ahead and answer, sir.
I don't recall specifically if anything was said to Deputy Ehlers.
You don't remember people being reminded to take photographs first and then to move things?
Not from my recollection, though.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. We've got a problem with the computer code. Thank you. Now, several things of white powder were found, correct? During the search of the PC repairs building.
I don't recall for sure.
Do you remember whether aspirin was found in the PC repairs building?
I don't recall.
Do you remember tin cans or tin boxes being found as part of the search?
I believe I remember there being pictures of tin cans.
Do you have any knowledge as to what was in those tin cans?
I do not.
Let me confer for a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You came to the PC repairs building after other deputies were there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did other deputies leave before you did?
I don't recall if they had or not.
Do you remember a couch in the PC repairs building?
I do remember a couch, yes.
Do you remember anything being placed on that couch?
I believe that's where we placed the evidence as it was recovered.
You're right. Deputy Ehlers, we're going to show you. One moment, please. I just called you Deputy Ehlers, and please forgive me for that error. All right. We're going to show part of the video that you took. And then we'll ask you some questions based on that.
You want me to photograph it like that, or?
Back it up a little bit if you can.
All right, I think we're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Which is that sound sucking good. Mhm. We're going to pause the video for a moment.
All right.
We apparently Your Honor, we've just run into a problem that we didn't have before the monitor was turned on. I'm talking about the large monitor on the wall. And apparently we've lost sound.
All right,
And
let's try turning off the monitor to my left. It seemed like we had sound when the monitor just above me was on. So let's do that and see if that fixes the problem.
Your Honor, I'm embarrassed to ask this, but could we take perhaps a 5 or at the most 10-minute recess, allow the jury to stand up and maybe to shift around a little bit while we sort out whatever the problem is, because we had sound.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll be in recess for about 5 minutes. So I'd ask everybody to kind of stick around up here. And I'd remind you all of your admonition. We'll be in recess for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Say, Misty. You want to have Lisa, it sounds like there's water dripping on one of our jurors from the ceiling. Do you want to have Lisa go and investigate?
So what are we dealing with?
Getting
Some kind of
dripped on.
interference
That's what it
from-
sounds like over here in the corner.
See, he's got it too. He's got it too.
Does that have anything to do with it? But we can't do it on the monitors if we do that.
What is or is it still that stuff? I'm gonna send court administration email. It's my record.
That's all the big stuff.
We had it when it was on the overhead monitor also.
They said they were having trouble with the air, so they turned on a different fan, so it must be insulation. They re-insulated up above, so it must be in some of the air ducts. Now it's coming
Is it going to work? Are we ready to start? Mike, are we ready to go?
All right, let's go back on the record. We're back from our recess. I think we've got everything squared away, so go ahead and pick up where you left off, Mr. Douglas.
Deputy Ehlers, I'm going to ask you to watch with the jury and the rest of the people in the courtroom the segment of this video. Before we start the video, would you tell us what it says in the lower right hand of the screen that we're looking at?
It has my name.
Okay. And does that indicate that this is a video taken from you
Yes, that's correct.
and taken specifically from your body cam?
That's correct.
Thank you. We'll play.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Wasn't so bad. Let's. You want me to photograph it like that, or? Scale. I don't think the scale. There's another.
On all the registered owners. I don't need you to read it back, or even copy it as a call.
You had a bunch of listens to us. What is that? I don't know. I think that's meth in there.
I think that it.
Is that the white powder?
You guys got test kits or no? Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks like meth to me. This looks like,
He didn't have a key to that? Or what?
black
No, yeah, I don't know what that is.
heroin. Where that was, buddy. Where's that? Half like that. He'll know where it's at. Check this out.
Unlock it?
Yeah.
Matches in there.
Nice.
All proceeds from tour of homes and friends to changing your lives for the better. Purchase tickets online or by phone. Tickets go quickly, so click or call today.
see anything else. Saving these bad boys too, all these baggies? Yeah, just throw them with those for now.
Okay.
Well, man.
Yeah.
Nice, Kurt. Oh, you know what I'm thinking that stuff is in that thing? Is this. They're the same type of wrappers. Oh, yep. Same stuff.
Well, I know what this is. Oh, we hit the money right here. Let's hear it. Yeah. Good fun. Keep dropping it. Not just there, but right here.
Oh, absolutely. So we don't need that one canister, right? Because that's what's in.
Well,
I thought about that already.
did you take a picture of this?
Yep. Okay. So you still want to test that one? So you want to throw this in with them too? This box?
I mean, it did look like how I had that PC, but yeah, just.
I'll throw it with just in case. But I think it's. The heck is that?
Here's this file. So far, yeah. There's 15, there's quite a bit of marijuana, and then probably half an ounce of weed. Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything in there or not. I can't pull it up.
Marijuana, like flake.
That smells like fish food or something.
Spicy chili.
The drawer's deep. We gotta keep the heater off.
I don't know if you guys want that or not. Bunch of passwords and stuff. Whatever you got going on. We're gonna be collecting all the guns. How are you wanting to do that? Just collect them all and then put them on the sheet once.
Suppose we can ask Alex if he wants that or not.
All these yours again?
No, just the top one.
Deputy Ehlers, you testified earlier that you're not trained to work with dogs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Have you been involved in searches where multiple officers were used in the same search other than this one?
Yes, I have been.
And were canines employed in that search?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And one of the things that dogs are trained for is to alert on drugs, correct?
That's correct.
What is the reason for not using dogs when you're searching a room and looking for drugs?
I can't tell you why the canines were not used.
Okay. with regard to the black disc or whatever it is, do you remember seeing that in the video?
A black disc?
Yes. Do you remember somebody holding something up and speculating that it might be heroin?
I don't recall seeing a disc in the video.
Do you remember seeing somebody hold up something dark colored and speculating that it might be heroin?
I believe Officer Clausen had stated something about heroin.
Okay. And was it any heroin found?
Not to my recollection.
And do you remember hearing other deputies speculate that they knew what something was without bothering to test it first?
There were mentions that the substance looked to be methamphetamine, yes.
And in fact, there were some pretty forthright statements that that's what it was, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And that was before it was tested, correct?
That's correct.
Eventually was, before it was sent to the lab, was that was the alleged meth tested?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you, Deputy Ehlers was the one who applied for the search warrant, correct?
I believe so.
And he was in a leading capacity in the search, correct?
That's correct.
And Sergeant Stair was the ranking officer, correct?
That's correct.
Would either of them have been responsible for making sure that the alleged meth was tested before being sent to the lab?
That's something that you'd have to ask them.
Thank you. Do you have any, I'm sorry. Based on your experience and training, is there anybody else in that search party that you think would have been responsible for testing before sending the meth off to the search lab, to the lab?
Nobody in specific, no.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else for this witness, Ms. Phillips?
Yes, just a few. Deputy Van Wy, is it common practice to comment on the substances you are finding?
And in my experience, in most cases, yeah, we do usually comment on what we believe it is.
Why?
Just from your experience handling different narcotics, if we believe that that's it, then we know what to test for.
And in fact, there was some video shown of two fish food containers, right?
That's correct.
And was there some discussion back and forth between what that might be?
That's correct.
What did Deputy Clausen originally think it was, or Officer Clausen?
He thought it was what he referred to as flake, which would be just the leafy particles of the marijuana plant.
And then when you looked at it, what did you think it was?
I thought it was fish food.
Does it help then to talk back and forth?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to direct your attention or talk with you about, there was some showing on the video, and I believe Mr. Douglas asked you some questions about the brown substance that was talked about as heroin. And actually, I believe that has been entered into evidence. Do we have the evidence? Deputy Van Wy, while we're looking for that package that indicated or looked like it, or there was discussion about it being heroin, can you tell the jury just a little bit more facts about that when you looked at it, what you originally thought it might be?
I guess when we're talking about the powder substance.
In the video, there was a comment about something being considered heroin. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I briefly had something in my hand that I handed to Officer Clausen.
Right. And so, first of all, was that substance tested?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Second of all, did you at some point think that you knew what that substance was?
I believe what I was talking about was what was in the tin can, not the other substance that I handed Officer Clausen.
Okay. So you picked up, in the video, we saw that you had picked up a box. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was that in reference to?
I believe that was in reference to what was in the tin can.
Did you see, again, talking back about the brown substance that was in a bag, did you look at that?
I don't recall focusing on that.
Would you have any knowledge of whether that would be gunpowder?
From my recollection, I did not observe anything to be similar to gunpowder.
Did you find any gunpowder during your search of the PC repairs building?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Douglas?
Deputy Van Wy, did you enter the basement of your building?
No, I did not.
Was there seizure of any ammunition from the PC repairs building?
I believe there was ammunition seized.
Okay. Do you remember whether that was commercially made or whether it was ammunition that an individual would have made?
I do not know.
Was any heroin found that you're aware of?
Not to my recollection.
Did you test? Was anything tested that was found to be aspirin? Do you know?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you remember seeing any containers of aspirin?
Not specifically, no.
Not specifically, you do not remember, or
I don't recall what was the box that I was holding up in the video. I don't recall what that was. But as far as like a bottle of aspirin or anything, I don't recall seeing any of that.
okay, thank you.
Any additional?
No further questions.
Any additional questions, Ms. Phillips?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You are free to go. Any additional evidence on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor. The state rests.
Very well. Then, ladies and gentlemen, when a party rests, typically there are a couple of matters that we need to take up outside of your presence. So that's what we're going to do at this time. Since we are coming up on our noon hour, we will go ahead and break for lunch about 15 minutes earlier than we typically do. Like I've said a couple of times, our lunch breaks generally are an hour and 15 minutes. It's not quite 11:45, but just about. So let's take a lunch break until 1 o'clock. We will pick up at 1 o'clock where we left off. We'll be in recess until then, and I will remind you again of your admonition.
No, thank you very much. We've got some business to do first.
All right, we're back on the record. We're outside the presence of the jury. Attorneys of record are present. Defendant is present. The state is rested. Anything we need to take up at this time, Ms. Phillips?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Motions or anything else of that nature, Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, I move for a directed verdict of acquittal.
Go ahead.
I'll refer to instruction number 13 because it's it contains the first count. It states that the state must prove all of the following elements of possession of controlled substance with intent to deliver methamphetamine. That on or about November 2nd, 2018, the defendant knowingly possessed methamphetamine. The defendant knew that the substance he possessed was methamphetamine. The defendant possessed the methamphetamine with the intent to deliver it. We would agree, we would concede that number one has been met, that number two has been met. We completely disagree that number three has been met, and that is required in order for the defendant to be convicted of that charge. In our view, there's been absolutely no evidence presented by the prosecution that the intent of the possession was to distribute it to any other person, to deliver it to any other person. I grant that intent is something that has to be decided on the basis of circumstantial evidence. However, the things that we would be looking for characteristically in a drug trafficking operation were for the most part not there. In particular, there were no buy and sell sheets in order to keep track of delivery of a drug to another person. There was speculation by an officer that, well, it's only 10 people. But despite that, that absence is very troubling. It should trouble the court also because it takes away from the basis of the prosecution for arguing that there was an intent to deliver. Some of the other items that were found there could be pointed to in support of an intent to deliver, but those materials are for the most part either personal use, 3 pipes, or are things that are entirely legal in and of themselves. And a directed motion, directed verdict of acquittal with regard to count 1. With regard to count 2, possession of controlled substance with intent to deliver, marijuana, our argument is much the same. We do not dispute that marijuana was found. We would concede that the defendant knows what marijuana looks like. We do not concede that there was sufficient evidence to support that he had any intent to deliver marijuana to any person for reasons already stated. With regard to the I will withhold my comments about the failure to affix a drug tax stamp at this time. So it's with regard to counts 1 and 2 that we are arguing that a directed verdict of acquittal is appropriate.
Thank you. Any response to the motion for judgment of acquittal?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the state has proved all the essential elements of the crimes charged in the trial information. The state has provided substantial evidence supporting each of these charges. It appears to me from Mr. Douglas' argument, especially with regard to instruction number 13, that he does not believe the state has proved enough evidence to support intent. I'd just like to remind the court that knowledge and intent is inferred from all the circumstances of the evidence and facts in front of the jury, and is for the jury to decide as to the truth and veracity of the defendant's explanation. More specifically, the evidence that includes today or the past couple of days has been a search of the defendant's home and PC repair building. The evidence shows that Ida County deputies found 3 bags of methamphetamine in defendant's dresser or desk in his PC repair building, 2 scales. There's been extensive testimony about the baggies used for packaging illegal drugs, and some of those baggies being the same as an easy dose baggies. There's been video evidence and testimony from the defendant indicating that his wife gave him those easy dose baggies. There was a mason jar full of marijuana found in the defendant's desk drawer. There was a marijuana roach in an easy dose bag found in defendant's bedroom. I am going to talk about the drug tax stamp since I can at the moment. I believe that the state has provided testimony that there's no evidence that either of the methamphetamine bags had a drug tax stamp on them. And for that, Your Honor, I believe again that the state has proved all the elements to submit this case to the jury. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Douglas?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to reserve ruling on the motion for directed verdict. Anything else we need to take up at this time, Mr. Douglas?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else we need to take up at this time, Ms. Phillips?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I've been thinking as we've been going through today about what we talked about earlier. So we're going to have those witnesses ready to be recalled this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so my intention is when 1 o'clock or so rolls around, we're going to go with those witnesses. I don't intend to recess for the day. I think an hour is going to be enough time. It's going to have to be enough time to prepare for the examination of those witnesses. So 1 o'clock is going to roll around and we are going to proceed with whatever evidence the defendant has at that time. So that's what we will be doing. And with that, then we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock.
I'm sorry, I don't want you to go anywhere. We're going to get ready because it's 1 o'clock.
Yes. Yes, that's fine. Oh, thanks, Judge. Oh, we take the calls. That would be a first.
Hang on, let me see if I.
Yeah, don't you
Let
then,
me think about that
don't
question.
you then. Oh. For years, yeah.
No, not very much.
Oh. No, I said. Was not in I will end up taking it at the end. You sure you want It wasn't admitted. Yeah, we're weird. It wouldn't be that. It's just I'm waiting on the jury in court for Tuesday. Okay. We will send it on Monday. Oh, yeah. Jury announcing. Yeah. Just for. Yeah. No, I didn't. I just went with me. Oh, and there's nothing that I can do. It's weird. It has yeah, it's a Parents, reminder. Parents, reminder of the note. I haven't seen it. I went home yesterday and then sent out, bathed one child and then back for 6 3 to they were all done and I got home. If only we were having fun. My kids are like, you're again? Because this is just not how mom generally is, right? You're leaving again? And we also had another day or night of no children. We were just discussing. I hope they told their dad like in the car that kids remember that even when we're busy, we still get the stupid phone calls that their fathers should be able to handle. Yes, last night. Those include your last night were insults, and my older two are fighting over the LED light that controls the police. Like you try to remember, it was like a light. And I said, where's your dad? He won't do anything about it. You know I'm working.
Yeah, all the end of the school year stuff that's coming in, it's just.
Yeah, I called Lena to talk about the cameras downstairs, and I go, where are you? I think downstairs. No, I'm at their graduation. Oh, is that involved one of my kids? She goes, yeah, yours is this afternoon.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I know we were gonna do this.
Maybe they can put on like a live wherever you're at now, they can watch it.
There are lots of things.
Our trucking skill. That just yesterday, they're like, hey, now none of mine ever got canceled.
Well, I have a different buildings tonight, and it's my son, which is it, and he didn't really so much want us there. He wanted to make sure
If you don't
that
do the video.
That's my daughter.
so you want to just someone, what is next Tuesday?
He is a sophomore right now, 2 years younger.
That your youngest?
Yeah, I have one graduating this year. So you guys pregnant this weekend?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not last weekend.
How long is the program? Well, it's a community college, so they're built for 2 years, all year round, and no one gets through this.
It's so needed, what a good.
Yeah.
Did you tell her that? Like, why don't you just do?
Well, and like, if I would know that she was truly, I would been trying to push her.
Yeah. Yeah, generally it's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't miss.
Yeah, I don't, actually, I don't know what it is because we kind of control
Yeah.
when we have things, right?
Except for.
That's okay, you don't know, there's some things.
Third way salad.
Yeah.
That's the point that you're like.
That's true.
But it's could have been.
And we have stuff falling on us during the trial.
You know, all this.
Maybe I should take some pictures. Cause look at like the,
Come on, you guys were sure been here when you had dead. Yeah. The big, like, it was on the street. And then just.
I know that they put the insulation in.
Have you
They took out all the gap because of the heat. We still saw the heat.
But when they.
Well, bring it up.
Well, that's. That's really good. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
See if maybe something. Because it. Okay. And that's the key. Yeah. Because then that would be. Wish I would have gone right along. Scoop it out and let me know. Because I don't know what else. Unless you can think of some other stuff. Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, we are back on the record. Attorneys are present, parties are present, the jury is present, and it's my understanding we are ready to pick up where we left off. That correct, Ms. Phillips?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well, that is what we will do. So when we left off, the state had rested. So then we will turn to any evidence which the defendant has to offer. Any evidence today, Mr. Douglas?
Your Honor, at this time, we call as a witness Alex Ehlers.
Very well. Sir, please step forward and take your seat in the witness stand. Since you are being recalled here, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in again. So please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Douglas, go ahead.
Deputy Ehlers, thank you for being here again. It's very unusual in my experience to have to call a witness back.
You're welcome.
But as I was talking with my client, we discovered that there were some questions that you needed to be asked that had not been asked. You did a deposition with John Laughlin, and